Hi folks, I'm back. Wow, what an adventure. Last few days. Got some exciting stuff to show you today. Very exciting. Okay, but first I need to get the word out that I'm streaming. So, just bear with me a sec while I do the usual, as Scott calls it, housekeeping. New tweet. Here we go. Use the URL as usual. I'm live streaming more automatic optical inspection motion controller stuff. Come and join the fun. Okay, I guess that looks okay. We go electronics. Oh god, I can't spell. Python dynamic. Yeah, whatever. Okay, and let me just put the thumbnail. It's a Saturday. I don't expect I'm going to get many people joining today, but that's okay. Tweet. And now just Discord. And we'll be ready to go. I've got lots of stuff to show. Live streams. Hey everyone. Here we go again. And yes, send. Okay. Rocking. We are rocking, except it's a little bit warm in here at the moment. I might put some air on for a little bit. Okay, so hey Joe, hey the Jackster info. Yeah, I don't know why my notifications are working well. You know, probably better than my other streams anyway, my main channel. So, one thing I need to do before I forget, I need to unbreak my code changes I just made. So just give me a moment. Okay, and save as, because I'm currently rewriting code. And I hope that I still have my other code enabled. I think I do. Okay, cool. So it might still work. Excellent. So the news is it's built and it moves. I've got movement on both axes working. It's all rudimentary stuff at the moment. But let me switch to, hang on, can I even get, let me see if I can get this camera around to show you. Let's see if this will work. This might not be able to fit all this in. Oh, maybe I can. Let's see if this works. Okay, excellent. Can I fit it all? Kind of. It's upside down. Not a lot I can do about that at the moment, but let me just switch back to here. So I got it all breadboarded again and got it all working. And these are the same. Well, that's the same the same bob. Hey Graham, that I used before. This one's a new one, but this one is the one that I was using before, and they're both the same. I'm having some issues with this, which I'll get to that in a moment. And so I thought I'd swap out the bob. Turns out it's not the bob. Hey Monster Mark. So this is my ugly breadboard. I've got no cable management at all. I've just got wires hanging around, as you'll see when it all moves around. I should at least maybe cable tie. I'll grab a cable tie in a moment and just at least put something around one set of wires. Hey Chris, it's alive. It is alive. Okay, let me switch to here. It's been a bit of a journey, and I had an aha moment last night. I'll tell you the journey in a moment. I'll tell you what's been going on, but as you can see, it's not very bright. So here it is. I've got both axes are on. The build is finished. Well, this part of the build is finished, right? Let's be honest, this is pretty ugly looking, but from this I can keep coding, which is what I'm doing now. And as you can see, I've got wires, just separate wires just hanging. They don't get caught when it's moving, but it's pretty ugly. Now I've got none of the end stops are connected. Mainly because if I connect them now to the breadboard, I'm not going to be able to. Don't just let the steppers disconnected when the power is on. What do you mean by disconnected? I've got no power going to the steppers right now. I've got no 12 volts coming in. I've only got the bobs turned on. If I set up the end stops right now, the limit switches, in a way that I can put them on the breadboard, then I'm going to have to rewire them all again for my connectors. And I don't have the right gauge wire I had. I've ordered some wire, it's coming. Hey Colin. So once that comes, I can hook these up. For the moment, I know what the ranges are, and I'm just letting it move within the ranges. So I might be able to show you some movement now. It also might break on me, so just keep that in mind. Because I am currently rewriting some code, and I'm transitioning away from the shush library because it's not good. Okay, let me turn that on. Okay, now I'm also running off my I'm just going to move the camera. Don't freak out. I'm running off my bench supply right now just so I can measure current, which has been a problem, and we'll get to that in a moment. So I'm just going to run one stepper at the moment, just going, so my Y axis stepper. I hope it'll still work. There we go. Woo! And it's just going back and forwards, right? It's got acceleration, deceleration, and it's gonna. Okay. I think I got a wire caught just then. Yeah, I need to just do some cable management on the wires. I've also been playing around with. I might have set those too high. Just one moment. This is old code for me now, so I just need to adjust some things. Just one sec. I'm currently rewriting the library. Okay, that's better. So I got movement that way. I've got movement both ways. But this is all, the way this library works is pretty terrible, to be honest. So I need to change these values as well. What's this thing? Breakfast machine. No, this is a, I'm building an optical inspection machine. An automatic optical inspection for PCB inspection. Just bear with me one sec. This will probably do something funky, and you'll see some of the issues possibly I'm having with it. This should just move it all around, left and right, going around. Hey, wagon loads. Hopefully, cross your fingers. Oh, I'll put long breaks in there. Hang on a sec. 1 1 1 1 1. Put it back again. I'm not. Yeah. So there's actually a camera on here, Colin, and there's a camera just up here. 2 different cameras. So anyway, it's moving around. You can see the pauses aren't right, even though they're all 1 second. There's lots of issues with the way this is working at the moment. But here's one of the issues. This is what I wanted to show, and what I've been bashing my head about, but I've worked it out. So yeah, before you all jump in with what the issue is, pizza inspection, I've worked it all out. Well, I know the cause now, but I didn't know the cause for like a day and a half, and it was doing my head in. So if I just let this go back and forwards, okay, watch this. It's got no hold when it's running. It's actually using less than 100 milliamps. No matter what I set it to, no matter what I set the, I can set 3 things. I can set the hold current, I can set the movement current, and I can set the ramp time from the movement current to the hold current. And no matter what I set, like I've got this set to 2.8 amps on the movement current. Doesn't matter what I set it to, I can't get it to do any type of hold when it's moving. But I worked it out. Pity Marius isn't here, because Marius and I have been going back and forth trying to work it all out and getting right down deep into the registers. Hey Ray. And so I discovered a bit of documentation that isn't, or it might be on the data sheet, but I can't find it. So this is currently running it at 256 bit for stepping, right? The maximum micro step it can do. Apparently on the Trinamic drivers, when it's running micro stepping at that level, the current used can be as low as 0.6% of the current you set. I wasn't aware of that. Like, it hadn't occurred to me that the higher the micro steps, the less current it's going to use, or it can use. And so I've been trying to solve what this issue is. Not that it's not necessarily a problem, because there's no load on this, right? It's already got maximum weight that's moving around. Hey Alan, I don't even have to like worry about that, the fact that I can kind of stop it. But I'd be interested to why, right? You got to understand the way this is working is not the same way as a step and direction stepper would work. Wagon loads, totally different internally the way it works. It's using all of these trademarked features, cool step, cut chop, basically on their data sheet. Hey Jerry, on the Trinamic data sheet, which, why is it closed? The very top of their data sheet, not that one. Which one is it? I mean, that'll do anyway, right? It's basically, here's our new controller with trademark stealth chop and trademark stall guard and trademark DC step and trademark spread cycle and trademark cool step and trademark this and trademark that. It's running all of these subsystems internally because I'm using, I just covered that, Alan. I don't have the limit switches turned on right now. I don't have them wired up yet. So that's the problem, right? There is no just PWM anything on this, right? It runs a whole bunch of these trademarked proprietary functionality inside, and it's not, you can't just say do this or do that, right? No mutt in, I don't know what that means. Don't know what no mutt in software means, but it's pretty crazy. So, but in software in the stepper, in the software in the stepper, setting a minimum and a maximum positions. Sure, I don't know what those positions are yet. Anyway, that's not what this is about. Sorry. Just stick with me. Anyway, it moves, and it moves well, but the caveat is that, lost my window again, that turns out there's two issues with the way this is all working. So, I know all this, Alan, except I'm not using that. I'm not using stall guard. I understand how it all works. That's not what this is about. This is going to be using limit switches. I haven't got homing in there initialized yet because I haven't got limit switches connected for wiring purposes and whatever else. And this is, yeah. Hey Jay, hey John. Sorry, John. So John Raymond and I wrote Jay. Jaymond. Hello Jaymond. Hey John. So the issue, even the hold current doesn't even warm up the steppers, not even close. Anyway, I worked out, yeah, the situation is because of the stepping, the micro stepping. So I need to look at if I even need to run it. Hey Mako, at 256, I don't think I need to. So the lower I make the micro stepping, the more current it'll pull, which is fine. Okay, anyway, I'm moving on from that, Alan. As I said, it's not on my radar right now. Not what I'm looking at doing at the moment. But you can see my head going to the logo. I need a different camera pointing at the logo. So the other thing is, it turns out the Shush engine, just going through their code, setting up two motor drivers, what it actually does is each motor driver sets up SPI and has their own reference to an initialized SPI bus, but they're both the same buses. So it's not like you've got an SPI bus where it's using CS to talk to each one. They're both trying to control the same SPI bus, which is just stupid. That's not how SPI is supposed to work. But maybe stall detection is enabled is why it's got no guts. No, nothing to do with stall detection. It's to do with micro stepping. The reason it's got no current ability to pull a lot of current is because of the micro stepping. Yeah, go to sleep, Mako. So I'm currently in the middle of rewriting a brand new controller. Yes, SPI has chip select. That's how you're supposed to use SPI. That's not how this driver works. So I am currently redoing the driver. Hey, Andy Mouse. Before I show you that and keep working on that, the other thing is I have finished the board. I've been working on the board. So the whole point of me, the reason I haven't shipped the board yet, is I wanted to validate everything on the breadboard first, which I now have. And now that I've validated everything on the breadboard, what have I done here? No, Ian just turns the motor on and off. Anyway, if this is not a problem. Okay, once again, I don't want to use the Shush engine. It was the only thing that I had that I could make the steppers work with. And from that, I've been redoing. What have I done here? Hang on a second. I might have accidentally deleted something. I don't think so. I have. What have I done? Did I? Why are they unconnected? Sorry, I don't know if you can hear my benchtop supply. It's rather loud. It's weird. I don't know what I've done. I'll have to fix it later. I'll fix it later. But anyway, the point is the board is done and it's validated to my breadboard. I've stuck a whole bunch more caps on there. That's why I've broken something. So I've got a 1000 microfarad cap on the way in, and then I've got 100 microfarad caps at the 12 volt entry point for the bobs, and another 100 over here for the LEDs. So I've got a level shifter now on the board, so I can do 5 volt level shifted data out to my LED strips, which are 12 volt strips, which I don't have yet, because they're 12 volt, but you drive them from 5 volt data. So that's on there. I've got my clock, but it also turns out I don't necessarily. So my oscillator. Turns out I don't actually need it. I'm running 2 drivers in sync right now without it. They're just being synced via GPIO. So what I've done is put a solder jumper here that is got the clock enabled by default, but so the oscillator by default, but I can also just cut the jumper and resolder it, so I can just use the IO. But I'm going to leave it populated anyway. I've bought all of my connectors. They're all, I don't know when they're going to ship. LCSC, very slow at the moment. And I also put some LEDs on the board. I haven't labeled them yet, for the limit switches, so I can actually see the limit switches triggering. 256 microsteps would be 10 nanometers per step. No, 39 steps is 1 millimeter at 256 microsteps, I believe. Have I moved solely to KiCad? I'm not doing any new projects in Eagle. I haven't converted all my projects over yet. Do you want to try my 12 volt RGB address LEDs? What do you mean your ones? How can I get yours, Dutch Maker? I've ordered, I'm just waiting for them to arrive. Guess you don't want a dead stop for the motors because that would induce movement into the frame. What do you mean by a dead stop? Like you gotta remember, this machine is not, it's not a CNC machine, it's not a 3D printer. It's not, this is all about going from position to position. This is not about the journey from position to position. It doesn't matter how it gets there, and it doesn't matter what hold current or anything, or what torque it needs while it's moving. It doesn't need any of those things. It's not dragging a mill bit or an extruder or something else around, okay? This is a positional machine. It's not even dragging a pen around that has to draw on a piece of paper, right? It's just moving a camera around. So yeah, I'm not worried about keeping it with the micro stepping it's doing right now. I can't, other than me knocking it, I can't think of a situation where not having enough current to not make it stall like that if something knocks it is going to be a problem, because it doesn't need to be. It's just moving from A to B. That's all it needs, right? So exactly how it's running right now isn't a problem, but I would like to be able to, at least in my code, solve that by being able to change the micro stepping rate, because I might not need 256. You know what I mean? Like, micro stepping at 256 means that no matter how fast I try to make it move, I'm limited to how fast I can make it move. Okay, because acceleration and deceleration, everything else, yeah. AOI stands for automatic optical inspection. It's on the thumbnail. Yeah, I understand how steppers work, Alan. I don't want to run them at 200. That's ridiculous. There has to be micro stepping. Otherwise, at 200, I can't get acceleration or deceleration. I want acceleration and deceleration, but I don't need 256 steps per step. I don't need 51,200 steps per rotation. That's just crazy, right? Yeah. I don't want no acceleration and deceleration, but I don't need that level. So anyway, so this is ready to go, except I just got to fix whatever that thing is. I put nothing on the back. I did put inspect something unexpected. Who knows what you'll find through the camera, right? Hey, Frank. So anyway, that's the board. I'm planning on shipping that off today. Hey, Simple Electronics. You do 16? Right. I don't know how low I'll be able to go. I want to at least drop it to 128 or 64 and see how that goes. 2 in the night for you. Well, it's morning for me. It's morning for Frank. He's in Australia. No one inspects the Spanish. Yeah, well, it's a bit late to inspect that now, isn't it? Okay, so let me just hide that. So I'm currently recoding, and my new controller I'm writing does not do anything yet other than initialize. I'm just going to turn that off because that's really annoying. I got the SPI stuff going, and I've got movement. So you missed it. Okay, for all the new folks, I'll get it moving again. Let me get it moving again. Let me switch cameras just to show you. It's nothing fancy, but you know. Let me just turn these back on. Okay, here we go. Move forward a bit. So we have movement, no cable management. What can I tell you? A little bit noisier than it should be, and that part of that is because it's got it's not pulling enough current because it was stepping. Okay, so there we go. It moves. My supply's noisy. But anyway, that was exciting. And as I just quickly showed before, I'll just quickly show it again. This is all on a breadboard. Got it all working. I know why it wasn't working now on the other Pi, and it seems to be it was my fault. Although I don't understand why it's not fixed. I was playing around with I can't remember what it was called. Was it PIO or something? Whatever it is on the Pi. And I was playing around with generating a 16 megahertz clock off GPIO 4, which I did, and I validated it on my scope, and it was like 16.002 megahertz. It was incredible, off a GPIO off the Pi. And that's what stopped the SPI bus from working properly. And even though I reset everything back to what it should have been, the SPI bus was never working properly again. And so some setting happened in the EEPROM in the firmware of the Pi that changed something about the characteristics of the GPIO, and because of that, and even though I told it to go back to normal mode, it didn't. The I/O wasn't working properly anymore, and that's why all of a sudden I said, like I was saying, hey, this was working yesterday, it's been working all day, and now it's not working. It was because of that. I didn't realize, like whatever I changed, it seems to be either permanent or wrecked something. But remember, this is a new Pi. This is running Bullseye. Well, it's one of the same Pis, but it's running Bullseye. And the fresh install of Bullseye obviously did a squish of whatever all the firmware is inside and reset everything back to defaults, which is why it's now working on here. So that's great. So all the wiring I've got on here is identical to the wiring on my board. So the intent is that if this works here, my board is going to work as well, other than any other silly things that I got wrong on it, independently of that. So I'm currently rewriting the controller, and the reason for that, I'm just going to quickly go over again for everyone that's new, and anyone else that comes in now, chat, you're going to have to update everyone, not me, okay? The way that the shush engine works, which is the library I'm using, and it's called a shush engine, but it's really it's not. It's just a whole bunch of Python that just knows how to talk a whole bunch of registers over SPI, right? The problem with the way it works is that big enough? Can everyone read that? I hope so. is that what you do, every motor that you initialize, right? So one for the X, one for the Y, initializes itself off the board class. And the board class really doesn't have a lot in it. All the board class does is sets up GPIO and sets up SPI based on some pins. Now, what's interesting is the board class has all the pins in it for all of the different chip selects and enables and everything else, as you see here. It initializes it all. And it also initializes SPI. But every time you initialize a motor, it inherits off board and it runs all of these things. So both of them are initializing SPI. Both of them are initializing the GPIO. Both of them are setting the states on the enable and CS. It makes no sense. It's like like this was designed to be modular, so you could run multiple motors, but never intended to run multiple motors, because even their examples don't show multiple motor examples. And as soon as you initialize two, you've got two different classes both initializing the same SPI bus. Look, they're both doing an SPI dev and both opening 00. So they're both trying to control the same bus rather than using the same bus and just using the CS. And I was having all sorts of weird issues yesterday where one movement wouldn't even be finished before the second movement started, even though I've got code that says don't move until you get to position. But what would happen is the second motor would take over the bus and take over everything else, and all of a sudden the first motor would be looking at the data of the second motor and think, oh, I'm at position now, and stop. Like it was really messy. Anyway, so I have started writing my own motion controller, right? Which has everything inside it, one SPI bus, one set of initializing of GPIO, and then the ability to reset both of the boards, the ability to control both the X and the Y motors. So if I show you I've just got a control, it doesn't do anything yet, but basically you do controller equals motion controller and you initialize two shush motors. For now, I'll move the shush motor stuff over to my own motor controller at some point. Because right now this is still going to be a problem because each one of these is going to initialize the SPI bus, right? I've got the ability to turn the motors on and off. I don't need individual control because this thing's only ever going to use both axes, right? Only ever having one axis enabled doesn't make any sense. And I'm putting in some helper stuff like show starting positions, get ramp status and stuff like that on all of them. This is all old code. And I've got some nice cleanup. So the other thing is the shush engine has no cleanup at all. So basically, if you just stop the code, both of the classes initialize the SPI bus and the GPIO don't close the bus and don't clean up and clear the GPIO. So if you try to run it again, sometimes it works and sometimes it says, sorry, those GPIOs are taken, because it doesn't do any cleanup at all. Like none of the examples have any code cleanup. It's really not nice. So I'm not picking, like, I know it sounds like I'm picking on them. It's a great starting point as an example. So I'm still going through right now and working on this. Would doing a two-motor control be the same issue as controlling two OLEDs that have the same I2C address? Well, no, you can't know. Running two motor controllers only works if they've got individual. I2C is not the same as SPI. SPI doesn't have addresses, right? With I2C, you say this information is for this address. If you've got two devices that have the same address, you're screwed. Like that doesn't work on an I2C bus. You must have unique addresses, either by telling whatever the device is to change address, or by putting an I2C mux in the middle that it controls which one it's talking to. With the SPI, it's different. You're sending out a broadcast and you're setting a chip select pin on the device that is the the device that's supposed to receive and respond to that broadcast. And while you hold that CS pin low, which means it's enabled, all the data goes to that one, unless you accidentally set multiple of them low, and then you're in trouble. If you're using the motion control function of the, which you should, the microstepping is irrelevant. Phase change in the current call. Changing the microstep does not affect current. Are you sure about that, Andrew? That's not what I read. Right, sync is not important for this, you're right. But like I don't care if one control gets there before one axis gets there before the other one. As long as they're both easing in and out, it doesn't really matter to me. They share the same data line but use two different clock pins. That's not how I2C works. Wagon loads. That's a misuse and abuse of I2C. Just letting you know, like whether you get it working or not's beside the point. That's not how you deal with two devices that have the same address. That's not how. That's way out of spec. Just letting you know. Yeah, and that also means that you either have to use two different I2C hardware buses to do that, or you're running in software. You're wasting I/O, and you're wasting peripheral resources. Yeah, abusing the poor I2C. I've seen some relatively simple Python code for that. It is relatively simple. The other configuration option is you can daisy chain the two and use a single CS. Yeah, this all works. This is using individual CSs. The problem is their code. The code is using CS, but it's abusing things because they're both trying to run the same. They're both owning the SPI bus rather than being passed to it. They're both initializing the SPI bus. Anyway, so my plan, I want to keep working on this right now and just get some basic movement happening. But if I do run this, although it's probably not going to run now because I've moved it out of this folder. Maybe that was a bad idea. Let me just try. Not import. Python. Can you see my... No, you can't see the bottom of my screen. Here we go. Controller or control.py. It's going to break. It won't find the such stuff now. Right, okay, that's fine. Damn. I'll leave it in here for the moment. So if I run this, you can see it does a board reset, does a VCIO reset. It seems that you need to do that's another thing, that there are certain settings that you can change on the boards that need a reset of the board for the data to be initialized. And the shush engine doesn't have the ability to do that, which is bizarre. So I do a board reset at the start. Motor drivers are enabled. I've updated the ramps, and it shows me that it thinks that the positions are at 0, 0. And this is just giving me the ramps data back, which is bizarre because this should be populated and it's not, and I don't know why. But the same problem with the shush engine. Now the other thing with this driver, which is what? Johnny's here. Hello, Johnny. I wonder if my coffee's gone cold. Cold coffee. That sucks. The other thing with this driver, which is the board's supposed to be able to do, but the driver does not do. I'll just show you right now if I can find the document. This is a long data sheet. It's a very big data sheet. A lot of words, too much reading involved. I've got to tell you. You see all the trademarks? You see this? It's got Stealth Chop 2 TM, Split Cycle TM, DC Step TM, Stall Guard TM, Cool Step TM, Micro Player TM, 6-point TM. Like, when you send new data to the device, Mosey, you will get the old data back. Mizo, no. That's what you're supposed to get. I don't get anything back. Or what I get back is not correct. So, for instance, I gotta find it. I gotta remember what the register is. Hold on one second. I don't know if it's in the register list. Might be. Where is it? I think I had to do it manually. Let me just get the ramps. Ramp stat. Okay, let me just search for this. Where's the table? Okay. I mean, the document is really, really long, and searching for stuff in it's actually quite hard. I've got to always go back to the ramp generator registers. Right. So you use xtarget, this register, to set where you want it to go to, right? They love their TMs, don't they? To be fair, they've got some really good advanced tech, right? They do, but they really love their TMs. I think other direction. Restart, do on max, keep going. Here, right. No. No, no. Position reached. So whenever you send a message to it, you get data back on MISO, right? Andrew, you're correct. And inside that is a whole bunch of bytes that one of the things is a setting that has the position been reached, right? Whatever I do, I always get 0 back. It doesn't matter if it's moving, if it's not moving. I'm printing out, you can see, you would have seen here, like I'm printing out where it's going. Like you see now at that, and then if I go, oh, it's not going to go far enough. Like I'll say go to this position, and then I'll print out all the positions, reading the data back of where it thinks it is, right? Reading the actual, reading, whatever it is, anyway. And in that data that I get back is supposed to be a whole bunch of bits, a whole bunch of data that's supposed to have a whole, like, right? And the data I get back is nothing. Just like here, this is me reading back the status of the ramps. They're all 0. I don't know why that's happening, and until I move completely away from the shush engine, I don't know how I'm going to solve it. So yeah, exiting cleanly. My code, if I can find my code, closed it. Where's my shutdown? I'm actually closing the SPI bus. I'm turning VCIO off, setting the drivers off, and then doing an IO cleanup. Are you using a position encoder? No, the board does that itself. It's got its own encoder internally. It's got support for an external encoder, but it does its own tracking of position. Like once it's running, assuming that where it is starting is where the start position is, right? I don't have any homing set up yet. Then it counts all of its positions, right? And it knows if it's lost steps. I can query, have you lost a step? Where is it here? It's this event position reached I'm trying to get. Right, I want it to be able to run, and then I just want to be able to query each motor and say, like, are you there? Set on desktop, and since a few days ago, there are about 4 apps to update. That's not many. You're saying to the TMC, move 200 steps, and then it tells you, I am here now. Well, basically, yes. Yes, although I can't work out how this can be a callback. Maybe in their own library, but they've got no support for the bob in their own library, which is really frustrating. You know, the end stops and movement per step, and magically it all works, except... Well, in this case, I don't actually need the end... Like, I don't need the limit switches. Like Alan was saying before, I can set limits in software, and it won't move beyond them, right? All those things. I want mechanical limit switches on here for two reasons. One, because I want to implement them and get them working, because I've never done that before. And two, because I want a fail-safe that if I write some bad code and I do something stupid, I want something that will just physically tell it to stop if it hits them, right? Because, you know, my Python, not bad. My motion controller stuff for steppers in Python, 0. So I've got a long way to go. I can read if the thing stopped from stall guard. I can read, like, there's all these registers. It's really, it's over the top advanced. How big a number can you give it? I was thinking if you move 2 meters, it can be very... I'm not moving 2 meters. I don't know. That's something I don't necessarily need to know. Yeah, I want to have a hard stop because I want it on the board. Like I've implemented it on my PCB, and I want to physically have them. Like, this is a learning exercise for me. If I get a usable tool at the end of it or not, I don't know. I don't know if my theory of what I want to do is even going to be... I know it'll work. I don't know if it'll work well enough to really replace my eyes. But everything about this is a first for me, right? I've plugged a camera into a Pi, but I've never done OpenCV before. I've never done a mechanical build before. I've never worked with steppers before, not properly. I've never worked with motion controllers, like, you know, the dynamic stuff. I mean, I've played around with step and dir before, but big deal. You know what I mean? This is all new. It's all a learning exercise. Can a 2-bit Grey Hill encoder system be done with 8 bits to give up? I can't answer that question. Maybe someone else can. Really, what are the chances of you doing something stupid in code? All the time, because I don't validate my code when I write it. That's why I get syntax errors all the time. Like, I'm in such a hurry that I don't look at what I'm writing. So yeah, there's a very, very high chance. Very high chance. Oh, go in my 12 volt RGB. Oh, right. Okay. Dutch Maker, I can see what you're talking about. Right, but I need strips. Long strips. So my 12 volt strips are going to be inside here, all the way around. The whole inside is going to have 12 volt RGBW LEDs that I can, per section, there'll be one big strip, but per section I can turn on and off and change their color. Yeah. Right. I have in my shopping cart MGN 12 and 9. I did have MGN 7, but I think that's too small. This is too big. Can I just quickly say, this whole section here is ridiculous. Right? When I ordered this stuff, I didn't know how big these linear rails were and how heavy they are. I mean, the amount of weight that this stepper here, and it can do it fine, but the amount of weight this stepper here is moving, when the only thing I need to move really is this camera. I mean, sure, it's got to move this stepper. So this linear rail on its own weighs probably 3 times more than everything else that's on this axis. It's ridiculous. And it's also massive. So I'm thinking I'm going to order MGN 12 and MGN 9 just for this axis, right? If it's just over the groove of the extrusion. Right. Why? But I might not even leave it on extrusion. Like, you know what I mean? Excuse me. I might simplify all of this and remove the extrusion and just have the rail. I don't know. So I'm just looking at replacing this one axis for now. This axis here is fine for the time being. And I don't have to replace this, not for my prototyping. but it's just ridiculous how big it is. Like, really. Can you fix... I don't know what that means. And move. Big number. I have no idea, Alan, if I can. LEDs on the movable gantry, so the light is where the camera is. The movable gantry won't work because that's going to give me uneven lighting as it moves around. I don't. That's. I need consistent lighting across the board. Yeah. Well, I've seen drawbots that have only got 3D printer support as well. Absolutely. My ideal for this in the future would be, honestly, a quarter of the amount of extrusion and the smallest linear rails I can. I mean, probably the 9s, not the 7s. I think the 7s are too small. See on Discord how small they are. Just think, what thing can be a problem? Well, it'll be easier to assemble for people, and it'll reduce the weight. I don't mind the weight. I don't have a problem with the weight really overall, other than the weight on this axis makes no sense. Like, really, it makes no sense to me. And this rail itself, this is the one I got from China, it isn't as good as these ones. Like, this is much smoother than what it was. It's still nowhere near the same as this. Not even close. So I think this rail in itself is shit. There's something with it. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Okay, but that's a... The only issue is the gantry for the overhead. Right, I need something... Right, but I thought about this. Like, this doesn't have to be extrusion either. Or this can just be coming in from one side. Like, it doesn't have to go all the way around. I mean, it got no weight on it. Like, I've been looking for 10 by 10 extrusion. I would gladly move a lot of this stuff to 10 by 10. Although I don't know if you can get 10 by 10 T-nuts, can you? Anyway, let's talk about sidetracked, folks. Come on, you're sidetracking me. I want to get my code working. Okay, I need to start... Right. I'm just cleaning up some of this stuff because I want to. I don't want to use this inside here. I want to use it outside of Sush engine. So I'm gonna have to move all my stuff over a bit at a time. So I need to save this. And it's not going to be motor, it's going to be optical inspection, motor. So I can differentiate it. 1515. 1.5 by 1.5 millimeters. What? Put a pic of my X gantry on Discord. Super simple Python code. DaVinci Kitchen. Okay, let's see what this is. Yeah, that's really small compared to my one. Super simple Python code. Okay. It is super simple. Like, if you're just... You see? This one uses the one bus. Everyone see this? It uses the one bus and sets up the select pin. Okay. So this is too super simple. Like, I've already got this, like, this is fine. That is too simple. And you can get 10 by 10 T-nuts, can you? Okay, the places that I buy my stuff from locally didn't have So I just want to see do motor stuff, set target position. Okay, I just want to see what's in their library. Wrapper. So here's an example wagon loads. So what you do on the SPI bus is you pull the select pin low, you send the data, and then you pull it back high again. And so only the device that's got a low CS takes the data, but it's on the entire bus. There's a read. So their writer yeah, I mean, this is a little bit nicer than what the other stuff was. And they're using Logger, which is fine. I'm using just my own debug stuff. If you removed all the Logger stuff, this would be half as much code. Okay, here are all the registers that they're setting up. Okay. So this is a simple implementation, and right, but you can't do that with I2C. That's not how the protocol works. There is no CS. That you're talking about two completely different protocols that work completely differently. So you can't make, well, you can do whatever you want to do, but like I2C is absolutely not designed to work that way at all. Yeah. So for a simple driver, look at the size of it, right? I wish I would have seen this earlier. Oh, and it's using async IO. Okay, maybe I just need to get this working. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get this working. Copy the link to the zip, and I'm going to, what's it called? I'm going to call it Bruce, because you linked to it, Bruce. And I'm going to wget the files. But how if you say is en and disable the other stepper? You can do whatever you want to do, Alan. Like I don't know why I would need to disable the stepper. Like if I tell it don't move, if I'm not telling it to move, then it doesn't move. Like I won't get movement on there. Like it's going to be holding. If I'm not telling it to move, it's just holding position. Use that like a CS. But why? I don't understand. That's not what these are SPI devices. Why are you trying to find a solution that doesn't use CS? CS is how you use SPI devices. Right, so if they're both the same address and you physically can't change the address, you either use two buses, two completely unique buses for data and clock, right? Because depending on your microcontroller, it generally will have more than one I2C bus. Or you put a multiplexer chip down where you have both of them connected to that, and you say you've got ID 0 and ID 1, and you talk to the multiplexer and it talks to the correct one. No good deed. Right, so unzip master. Oh, it's going to put it. Oh no. I hate how I keep forgetting Git does that. Okay, what I need to do is I'm going to go back. Oh, this is going to be ugly. I'm going to move Bruce to delete me, and I'm going to now move delete me slash, what's it, Python thing with that, to Bruce. So now I've got a Bruce again. So ls Bruce. Okay, so that's the thing, and now in delete me there is nothing except for that. I am going to rm delete me minus r, is it, for recursive? Okay, cool. So Bruce, what have we got? Okay, so let's, wow, I've got too many files open. Terrible. Bruce, examples. Let's start with one motor. Okay, SPI bars. Yep. So where do we initialize? Chip select is 8. Now what is my, I gotta remember what it is. What is my chip select? Yep, 8 and 17. Where's that code just gone? I really don't like how Visual Studio Code, if you haven't modified it, see it's italics, it closes it unless you do something with it. I've called them Bob 1 and Bob 2, but what I don't understand what giving them a name does anything. It's, on my PCB it says Bob 1 and Bob 2. Okay, so 8. Okay, let's just see if this just works. I'm a bit worried about where it's sitting, but okay, let me just switch camera views. Except not that one. Right, we're not going to be able to see that one. Okay, I'll have to turn the code off. The problem with VS Code. So when you open a file, if you click on a file and it opens it in a tab, and you haven't touched it, like you haven't done anything to it, I'll show you here, then you see it's in italics, right? If I now move away and open something else up, it closes this because I haven't done anything to it. It doesn't stay in the open editors, right? As soon as I modify it, you see now, even if I undo it, because I've touched it, you see it's not italics anymore. So now if I go somewhere else and click on this one motor stays. Two motors, I haven't done anything to it, it's italics. If I click somewhere else, then, oh, what just happened? That time it didn't go, right, okay. It does. I think if I change folders or something, right, see? It's gone now. There's no two motors anymore. So if I change folder and load something somewhere else, it closes that tab. I don't think there's a double click, but, oh, double click. Okay, double click keeps it open. Thank you. I shouldn't have to double click it though. And there's a way to change it in preferences. Okay, cool. I didn't know I could double click it. Thanks, Andrew. Death Shaker, hello. Okay, Python. One motor. I don't know what this is going to do. No module named TMC 5160. Right, so that is interesting that their examples don't live in the right place. Can I do this? As in they don't dot notation them. Anyway. Yeah. It says it's in its own folder, but they're not doing that dot whatever. They're just assuming that you're running it from the same folder. Bruce has put a link. Yeah, I saw that link. Thank you. 1 click is preview, 2 clicks is to open. Right, preview, but then if you do something in it, it keeps it open. I didn't know that. There you go. So how am I going to... Oops. Where's this GitHub? This has got to, from that, import that as motor. But I don't understand why people have to how am I supposed to run this? I hate how this stuff's set up this way. See, this only exists if init is run. How does init get run when the example's in a different folder? Anyone know that? I guess my Python is not that good. So that's going to be driver. So what folder do I have to be in for this to work? Anyone? Beulah, this is annoying. Okay, if I just copy one motor, to here, Python, and then if I edit one motor, Okay, no module named. Got further. Okay. Anyone? Can anyone get this working? Maybe I should just continue with my own. Except I like that this is using async IO. Let's see if I just if I run it from a root. Okay. Wait. One motor. With example, yeah, I just did that. Hey, Fran. But it's not. It's still no module name construct. Inside structs. From construct import. Does this need a? Is this? It doesn't. There's nothing in the README. Is construct a library or something it needs? I've never heard of construct. Yeah, like is that if it's a dependency? Hey, Agim, I've never heard of. Maybe okay. Do I pip install it? Pip install construct. Is it a thing? I hope I'm not going to pip install something else. Okay, we'll go past that. Now this has got no direction. Motor has no, so this has no direction. Yeah, I'm taking this back, Bruce. I'm not going to rename it for you anymore. There's no direction inside driver. So find direction. I don't want to do it in my current folder. How do I change? Oh, it doesn't matter. It says motor.direction.left. There is no. Catch you later, Andy Mouse. This doesn't exist in Motor or in this. Like there's no. Where's motor? Sorry, where's direction defined? See? Yeah, that's quite annoying that the example doesn't work. It's like they've missed out uploading some code, or they've... Okay, well, anyway, so... So set velocity is looking for literal positive, negative. Oh, never seen literal before. What does that do? It's looking for a string of positive or negative. So I don't know which one's which, but if I make this positive, catch that array. Okay. I will trace my like, so I got a whole bunch of, what is all this? This didn't do anything. Runtime warning, enable trace malloc to get object location trace back. This channel is already in use. Right, that's what you get when you runtime warning, coroutine, set target position was never awaited. Unbelievable. Line 40. This code is really bad. Await to the outside. Why can't I await? Oh, that it's not a This is no. Motor stuff was never awaited. Far out. I don't want to run in a loop. Okay, forget it. No, there's nothing to install. It's some of their code. Some of the, I mean, like I said to you, look down here. I see it's all awaited. Like set target position is an async function. So it's got to be running in an async loop. You see all this? But they're examples. There's no async here. They're not getting the control loop and running it in a loop. So it can't run this. You can't call an async function unless you can await it. This is like a half. It's like they've converted their driver to async, but they didn't update their examples. That's what it's like. Okay, well that was kind of, that sent me on a really bad thing. Just saying. A wild goose chase, that's the one. That's the one, a wild goose chase. Okay, enable, disable, I need all of that. Load default settings. Okay. It didn't matter what the number is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And CSEN. I'm just... Okay, so this gets set to CS. This gets set as... Oops. I'm just going to hack this together for now, and I'll clean it all up later. Okay. And that's where it sets up everything here. Tells it's at 0. Okay, and I don't want this to be board. It's just going to be motor. Okay, so my mouse is starting to squeak. Very frustrating. Okay, so right now I'm initializing these outside, but I really want to be initializing them. See, I'm passing this, but I don't want to do that. I want to import AI, I'm going to say from AI motor, import motor. And this will just be motor 1, which is Y, and motor 0 for now. I can give them names, it doesn't really matter. Use something like Bob1 equals CS1. No. No, working loads. Bob1 and Bob2, when you said can you name them, I've named them on the PCB. I'm not naming them in here. Like, it doesn't matter what they're called. They wouldn't be called Bob1 and Bob2. They're motion X and motion Y. But anyway, I just want to see if that initializes it, if there's going to be error import such. What? Oh my gosh. See, I've got a copy in the wrong folder now. Okay, I need to delete the ones from the wrong place. Otherwise I'm going to load them again by accident. I name my device after kitchen utensils. I'm currently working on toaster. I've already got toaster. Oh God. Remove AI motor. No. Move control. Motion. Is it an AI motion? Okay. So now I've only got my files that's in the root. Good. Wrong version. Okay, control. Oh, what? Now I just lost that. Fuck! I'm getting really annoyed. I should have cleaned all this up properly first before I started the stream. Okay. Move motor to automatic optimal inspection. Motor dot pi. Okay. This is really annoying. Okay, let's try this again. There's no board, and I've got a CS. I should do type hints. I never do type hints, and I should. EN CS pin EN pin and this is CS pin EN pin. You can all go away. That's not the delete key, that's the I key. Do default, that's fine. Okay. Now I don't want... Okay, I need the registers. So I need a copy. Where does it live? Is it in drivers? I need shush drivers register to Pi. Or device name, so I know which one is talking to me on the serial monitor. Cool. Okay, importing that as reg, and I don't need this, and I don't need that, and I don't need that, and I don't need that. Okay, so I think, oh, and I need parameters. Params is where I'm going to be rewriting all this, but for now, it's just quicker for me to move it over so I can get from params, so I can get it back up and running, and then I can tidy it all up. Yeah, I've got them moving around. I've shown twice now on the stream. Yep, I've got both axes working. I've got it all breadboarded. I've got the PCB done. Hey Chris, and it's alive, it is working, but I'm rewriting the whole software. I'm not using that other library anymore because it's, let's just say it's got problems. And Kevon too, hello. So close that, don't need board, close that. So if I just import control, if I run control, what will happen? No module named AI motor, really? Am I that stupid? Automatic optical inspection. Okay, try that again. Right, I'm not passing the pins, so okay, so motor 1 is, now I just gotta go find what the pins were again. These ones. They are the pins I put on my PCB. I'm just going to put them here for now as comments, and I'll remove them later. So this is CS is 7 and 5, enables 5, and this is 8 and 17. Okay, GPIO is not defined. Didn't I do an import on it? Oh, I thought I did. Okay, I thought I did. Must have forgotten that bit. Maybe Aussie names. Set values of those pins don't hard correct. Dude, for now, it's fine. I want to get this compiling. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to do that. I want to pass it. No, I don't even want to do... So, hang on a sec. I don't want to control the GPIO in here. I don't even want to do that. And I'm trying to get rid of the 406. I missed one. Oh, right. Okay. Can I just not pass it? GPIO self Can I do this? Can I actually call self GPIO? I don't think I can. I don't think that's going to work. If not, I'll have to rejig how this is all configured. And control. I really don't like doing this. Okay, but it looks like that did work. What? Oh. I guess I also need here. This will all be replaced, but I have to do it in steps. Really? Ah! Okay, I have okay. Oh, this is doing my head in. This is doing my head in. I need to think about how this is going to be laid out better. Like you need to set the numbering flavor. But I already instantiated it. I'm passing in what I instantiated already. I don't, but I've already got, like, you know what I mean? It's already initialized. I don't want to initialize it again. So it's initialized here, and these are my things here. And I think that I need to... See, it's all set here. I don't want to, like, if I set it again, GPIO. You see, it's a whole new reference. Because I've initialized it, it thinks it's a whole new set of GPIO. Yeah, I don't want to do any of that. Okay, so what I need to do instead is something totally different. Is what I want to do is I want to set I'm going to pass it the functions that control what it's doing. Set CS and set enable, and not actually do it here. So set CS wait a minute, I haven't forgotten the chat. I can see the chat, but I am trying to, like, this is frustrating. Must be frustrating for you as well. So enable motor is what that needs to do is call that with a false or a high. You'll understand my reasoning for this in a moment. I don't want any direct GPIO manipulation from the motor class. I want that external. I want it all controlled in one spot. And then I've got to set CS. There's GPIO dot send data. So this will be set CS and oh, you know what, I haven't passed it. I need to pass it the motor as well. 0 that and this will be true for high. I don't need that. And is there any more GPIO? No. Okay, and this needs motor. Well, really ID, but whatever. Yep. Okay. Okay, now this has all of this stuff. There's enable motors, and then I need a enable motor. Right, that's going to go in a circular loop. No, wagon loads, not motor ID. Motor ID doesn't exist in the motor. It is the class. Oops. Oh, God. Try it again. Okay. It's going to be enable pins. 0. Hey, Nilio. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't want to set mode on it. That's the point. I don't want that class touching GPIO at all. I want it all happening in here. In one place. Okay, so now self motor. So this one will just be, this will be motor, and that'll be low if enable else PIO high. Oops. Okay. And motor is okay. So now I can do an enable motor, right? So that gets passed to the initializer. I have to do CS as well still, right? So instead, I'm not passing the CS, I'm not passing anything. What I'm passing is none for the moment because I don't have the CS yet. And I'm passing in, don't even need that, enable motor. Okay, I need an enable CS now. But you won't be able to use GPIO module if at all if you don't set any mode. But I have set the mode. The mode is set in my in this motion controller. This touches the IO. See? This class, this is the main brains touches IO, nothing else does. Okay, this would be enable CS. And this will be CS pins below, and then motor 1 CS is active or idle. I don't know. Okay, so they're both methods that will get called by the motor class instead. Okay. Cannot import name enable motor from motion controller. Really? Oh gosh. No? Enable motor. Enable motor. Yeah, I want them all in one place. Right. Right. Import motion controller. Motion controller dot enable motor. No. How do I pass it that? I'm gonna get. It's gonna be a what's it called? It's going to be a loop, forever looping recursive thing. This is really a pain, but because you can't pass this over to it, I don't think. Set funcs. What do I call them? Enable. Oh my god, I've forgotten the name of it already. Enable motor and enable CS. I'll tidy this up later. Like, I should have thought this out a lot more before I. What did I say? Set up, was it set up funcs? Set funcs. Okay. Like my tools, we'll tidy later. Set CS is not defined. What? Oh, self. Wow. Wait, did I forget to pass it the IDs now? Oh, right. Oops. This should be self.id. ID equals motor. Oops. None object is callable. But why is it trying to call stuff? Oh, right. It's trying to do that before I've set the functions. And it can't do that because it hasn't set the pins yet. Oh boy. Okay. Set function two pieces of arguments, but 3 were given. What? Did I forget? Oh, self. I forgot self. See, I'm a hack coder. Here we go. We're getting further. Board is not defined. Oh, I need to pass it. SPI. I'm doing all this backwards. I'm doing it all backwards. I'm trying to initialize everything when I initialize the controller. I need to do it the other way around. I need to initialize the controller and then initialize and tell it to initialize the motors. Because I can't even pass it the SPI bus yet. I mean, I can pass it in here. This is, yeah. My gosh, this is so bad. So bad. Self.spi. If anyone wants to see how not to code, I'll find board.spi. It'll just be self.spi. This is how to code, not how to code. Not how to code 101. Oh, okay. Why are they being turned on and off so much? Yep. I told you it's going to be in a loop. I told you it was going to be in a loop, didn't I? Okay. Oh, that's... Okay, well, the first thing we need to do is get rid of this log whenever we change CS, because that is just silly. Because that's going to be changing a lot. So that's every single time it wrote a register, it's filling it, it's spamming it with these logs, yeah? Which is just crazy. Try again. That's better. Okay, so motor drivers are enabled. Ramps are overridden. Okay. So I have now removed shush, whatever this thing from, there's no more shush. Yay. Which is all I wanted to start by doing. And there's one SPI bus, and everything is using the one SPI bus and is using CS correctly. So that means I should this is going to be maybe silly, but I should be able to what is correct? I just want to see if I can get it to move. What do you reckon? Should we try to get it to move? I don't know if I've got a go-to anymore. Do I still have a go-to? Oh, get ramp, rotate. I've got a rotate to. Right, but in here I'll have a move to still. Home, go to. I've got a go to here still. Right, okay. So here's software stuff for maximum and minimum positions, but they're just set to big numbers right now. Right, so still a go-to, so this might work. Okay. Whoops. Power on. Let's switch cameras and see if I have movement again. M is not defined. Of course it's not defined. This is now called motor Y. Well, that's not working. Power is on. It's not moving. Not go to target. Shouldn't have to do that. Self right position and send data, right? And send data, oh, right there. Well, that doesn't seem to be writing it. Ooh. Ask tech. Don't know what that means. I'm just going to get rid of this printing for the moment, just so I can see the other. So it should be going to there, and it was printing 0 because it's not moving. So maybe I've got enable and disabled wrong, maybe. Motor drivers are enabled. I've got this back to front. Thought it was low and high. I'm pretty sure, let's go back and check, that enable disable, it pulls it high, and enable pulls it low. So low is correct from enabling, and CS is also, like when it's writing, send data, right, chip select goes low and then it goes high. Right, if enable is low, enable is high. So why is that not? Oh, I got that back to front. Maybe. Ooh. There we go. bit weird. Is that moving the right stuff? Okay, so now get the other axis going. That should be just as easy as before. This will be motor X. And this will be motor X. Can you make it move in a circle? No. This does position to position. Right now it's blocking. I mean, technically yes, except these are all blocking calls, and that's the other problem. That other library is 100% blocking. I can't tell both axes to go somewhere because right now, each time I tell it to go somewhere, it does this while loop, which you can't see. It does this while loop, and it locks it out until it gets to the target. Right? Which is really frustrating. Just letting you know, because that callback stuff isn't working where it says I'm at position now, which is frustrating. So I need to get that working first, but I should have both axes working again now. Oh, see that? See, sometimes it forgets what it's doing. I had the same problem with the shush engine. Because of these while, see that? Because of the while loops. It's terrible. It's terrible. Inc X, Inc Y. Yeah. Well, it's not step and dir, remember? It's not step and dir. But I have started working on a, well, I was, where is it? I was going to start working on a jog. Oh, yeah, right. Jog. So I want to see if, what has Bruce just posted? Ah, Visual Studio Code. We're still on Visual Studio Code. Yeah, sure. I've got code for that. It won't work right now. I just told you. Well, it will, but it won't know when it gets there. So I can't do it in a loop or anything because it's got no idea unless it's a blocking call. So that has to be completely rethought out, right? If you have a while true loop and do the logic within it. Well, I have that already. I have one big while true loop. Oh, you can't see. Whoops. I have a big while true loop. That's not the point. The point is that other library's way of doing things. No, we're not there yet at all. But I'm now independent of that other library. I didn't want to change that other library when fundamentally it had issues like competing SPI buses and stuff, right? I wanted to remove myself from that and then work out what I want to do. So like for instance, like, I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this and where I want to do it. Do I want the functionality on the motor, or do I want the I don't want the functionality on the motor. I want the functionality on the motion controller. What are we doing whoa for? Like here, like I want to, you see here, like where I pass a rotate to, and I can pass it 2 values, and I can do that now. The problem with that is, it's it doesn't know how to go to the end. Like it does, you know what I mean? Like it. So if I do this, so if I get rid of this while loop, and I do controller dot rotate to, and I give it 2 values, right? So I'm assuming it's going to start. I'll just move it 0, 0. I'm going to give it. I need to work out my millimeters to rotation, but so I want to give it that. Actually, I can just give it that twice, right? It's going to do that, but that's just going to tell it to move, and it's just going to end the program. Oh, it's stream man behind. Cool. Okay. Like, do you understand? So I need a way of saying I need a so a motor has to have, I know what I can, oops. Right, so what I need to implement here is self dot current position equals 0 and self dot current target equals 0, right? And then I need to a func. There's a get position one. Okay, get position. Self dot. Yeah. Self dot current position. Choose self current position, return self current position. So this is going to keep the current position set, right? And the target position, which was being set in the go to, and this doesn't need, okay, so that doesn't need that. Self dot target position equals go to position. So we store that, and going from self dot current position to self dot target position. It was dot target position, wasn't it? Oh, current target. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, and so okay, that's the current target. And oh wait, I did that wrong. It's go to, not move to. Okay, I can use go to, move to. So I'll make this move to. What if you tell it center X and Y is home and have the upper camera identify alignment target and the lower camera? because it's too close to the main camera. Center will be back left. Sorry, home will be back left. I want the home to be away from the main camera. It has to be away, so that way it can detect a panel. The main camera can detect a panel. I want to put this code back on and make sure that this works with my new method. Oh, you idiot. Datetime not defined. Of course not, because I need to import datetime. Oh, right. From datetime import datetime as datetime. No? I can't remember how. Oh no, I can just import datetime from datetime. Right. Oops. From datetime, import datetime. Every language has got different. Datetime to datetime is not subscriptable. Can't I do that? Oh. Actually, what's format? Okay, that's reg. Reg. So these are new methods I was putting in. That's why they're not kind of working yet. Oh. But I want to replace the other ones. Wait, what? Okay. So I ripped some of these off from one thing, and I ripped some off for another one, and another one, and another one. Oh, and do a lot of speed. This will move slower. Okay. Because I'm going to tell it to overwrite this speed thing for the moment. So I wanted to have it so I could adjust variable speed. Like right now it's a fixed speed, but I want to be able to pass what the speed is. Okay. Yes, it's getting totally messed up. Okay, good. So, multiple cursors. Yeah, every time I go to use it, I think this is kind of okay, but then I think, oh, maybe not. How do I get datetime now? Just the time. Python date time now just time. Oh, string.format. There we go. Switch to PHP Storm for VS Code, and that function that I missed the most. Yeah, I just never got around to actually using it. Right. So now I need a define is at target self. So I needs to do a get position self.get position, and then return self.current position equals self.current target. Okay, so this, whoops, this, oh my god, save. This method is at target. Oh, you can't see what I'm typing, sorry. So this is at target is going to do basically the same as this while, like this bit here, but I'm not going to do it in a while loop. I don't want to do it in a while loop. Like, that's the whole point. I want to be able to I want to do shouldn't it be async? It should be async. Yes, but it's not. But just making it async now is not that easy. Very hard to convert existing code to async. Much easier to start it from scratch. Okay, what I want is I can't think of where I'm going to put it. So not go to, move to. Okay, so I go if I'm not at the target, pass true. If I'm at the target, return true. Otherwise, move and return false. What I want to be doing is, I'm going to get rid of that for the moment. I want it to constantly be calling I'm just gonna remove the method for the moment. So if they're equal, return true, because I don't want it to run get position multiple times. Wagon loads? No. That code, no. Huge projects and word and multiple of them at the same time. Okay, so I should be able to run these both at the same time. I'm going to go while motor x dot move to while not not that, and again, it won't be in a while loop, but for now, okay, so while they're both not, I'm going to do a pass, and then while they're both not at 0, I do a pass, and that should loop. That should just loop. Let's see what this does, shall we? This could end badly. This should go top left to bottom right to top left to bottom right. Should. Okay, it didn't, and okay, but it did have a whole lot of holding current. Move to. Oh right, they're going to always return true because it hasn't set the position yet. Has to set the. I have to set this first. Sorry. Right. Try that again. Okay. So now I've got. I can control both axes at the same time. Right, which means I can do this. I should be able to do them independently, right? So I can go... Again, this is not how I want it to happen. But, right, no, I can make this work async. I can make it work async. I'll make the move async, right? They just shouldn't be in while loops. They just shouldn't be in, but for now, this is the only easy way I can do this, right? Just for now. So I want to move the X over and the Y over, and then I want to move the X back to 0, but I'm going to leave the Y. Then I want to move the Y to here, and the X is there and the Y to 0, and then I want to move them both to 0. Okay, I need to implement that at position flag, but for the moment, does everyone know what this will do? If it works. Wait, what? That's not what it's supposed to do. Didn't work. It's supposed to... print motor self.id at target. No, it shouldn't be a square. Not a square. Interesting. I'm just printing some logs. So if it exits early, it prints that it's already there. So when this ran, motor 1 and motor 0, no. So on this one, oh my god, this needs to be OR. It's skipping the step. If either of them haven't finished, that's what it is. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's not... What the hell? That's not what it's supposed to be doing either. So this is supposed to be... It's supposed to move diagonal, like we saw before. No, not a circle. It's supposed to be doing a cross. So it's supposed to go diagonal, like we saw before at the start. Then the y-axis, which is forward and back, should stay where it is. That's the thing, it should stay where it is. And while the X moves back to the left. And then they should, hang on. Then Y should move forward and X back to the other side and then across. It should be going like this. It just occurred to me though that I don't need to do this bit. So maybe it doesn't like me, the fact that I'm setting it when it shouldn't be moving. Okay, let's try this. But there's still a really terrible way of doing it. That's motor Y. The very first move it should do is diagonal. Unless one gets there before the other one. Right. Possibly. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. Jumbo Prime. 4 a.m. Yeah, go get some sleep, mate. Thanks for joining. Still doing some weird things though. Go to sleep, Alan. If it's 4. Go to sleep. Okay. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours, I think, and I missed my lunch, and I didn't even have breakfast. Okay, so what is with the curves at the end of some moves? Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Chris. There's some weird stuff happening with it. And I don't know, and I think it's just because all this loop-based stuff I'm doing, which isn't what I want to be doing. As I mentioned earlier, for those that missed it, I'll tell you, it's possible to an event reached, position reached, signal the target position has been reached, right? So write 1 to clear flag and interrupt condition. And then there's also this position reached here. Signal the target position is reached. The flag becomes set while actual and X target match, right? So get position does a get position calls actual, right? Where actually am I? And setting a target position, you set X target. And then, so here's X target and actual. So when those two are the same, then the return data from sending the command should have this bit set, but it doesn't. I'll show you. So when I do it, anytime I talk to it, it should give me data back. This gives me a response, right? So if I get response equals get position, and if it thinks it's at the right position, yeah, so it does a return true, I'm going to print response. Okay, so every time it makes it somewhere, it should print response. Why didn't that work? Get position returning. Maybe it doesn't return it. Hang on. Get velocity. Get position. Oh, that returns the current position. No, that's not what I want. Alright, I can't do it from an actual. I need to do it from a... So I want to store self dot okay, I'm going to store the response in that and print it out. Move to so this returns send data, return stuff, right? So I want to move to self.response equals that. So every time it does that set target, it should return a response. And I want to print the response here. I want to see what's in the response if it thinks it's at the right spot. So this is what I'm getting back. And to show you otherwise, like I'll do print it here. I'll do this. I'll go if target hit, and you'll see that there's no difference in the data that I'm getting back. Right, this one I'll just print the data. Okay, so you can see what's in there when there's no target hit. And if I get a target hit somewhere, I saw one scroll past before. Okay, I need to clear it. I need to make it move less. Did I get a target hit? There we go, target hit. Look, so the data I get from target hit, when it's supposed to be, when those two things match, is exactly the same as what I'm getting no target hit. So I'm supposed to be getting, every time I write, I'm supposed to be getting, it's supposed to be replying to this stuff, replying to me. Like getting returned to me. I don't understand why it's not. So out of curiosity, that other Bruce library, I'm curious to see if position reached. How are they doing? I want to see if they've got a here, weight velocity reached. Set velocity, get velocity, disable, enable motor. Weight target, position reached. See, they're doing it in a loop as well. Obviously with async. See, they're telling it to set a target, right? And then if there's a weight, that thing doesn't return until this. But it's not a blocking code. It's not blocking loop because it's using async IO. So Yeah, so I wonder if the issue is that I'm not getting the right, or not that I'm not getting it, but that the data coming back isn't that data. That's not what I want. Maybe what I want is... Where's the ramps? Let's get ramps. Like, do I have to read the ramps all the time? You need to learn Python, wagon loads. Stop putting those silly braces on things. And if doesn't help me because it needs to be in a loop, right? So I don't know when it populates the ramp status. Chris, sure, but I don't know. Does the ramp? I don't know. I don't think the ramps get updated every time. That's the thing. I think I have to call it every frame, which I think is not great. Ramp. Register mapping. Ramp generator, motion reward unit conversion. Oh, that's interesting. Reference switches. So go to the SPI. God, it's full on. Full on. Catch you later, Graham. Sorry, catch you later, Graham. Yeah, good luck with this. Thanks. I think I'm going to call it a quits soon as well. It's been almost 3 hours. So, where does it say what gets returned? Here, look. SPI status bits transferred with each datagram readback. New status information becomes latched at the end of each access and is available with the next SPI transfer. So, like the RAM stat 9, I want signals target. So where... I do know how to convert it to Python. I do. I was just joking about the whole curly brackets thing. But yeah, that code won't help me. I know it's a bit. I know it's a bit. Where does it interrupt ability by chance? There's no interrupt pins or anything on it, no. We shouldn't have to, that's the point. But I don't know where this is being set. I don't know where I'm reading this from. The SPI status. Like, how do I read the SPI status? I thought this gets returned to me. But this is what I'm getting back. I thought in the response it's being returned to me. You see, this does a response equals transfer the data, and what I get back is this response. So, and I'm just assigning that response and printing it, and what I'm getting is this array. Sure, but this is what I'm getting back. What am I supposed to do with this? Like, I get that they're getting clocked. I don't have to physically read them. I want to just... My understanding is this status gets sent back. Or if it's not sent back, where am I accessing it from? Like, they're accessing it here. They're grabbing it here by actually doing... See, this is the reading of the ramp stat. I don't want to read the ramp stat. My understanding was I get the data back automatically. I don't have to read it. Every time I write, I've got the results. I should have the results in the response. The I can't show you that. That's the SPI library. That's part of the SPI library. It's nothing to do with this thing. Like that's part of SPI dev, whatever it's called. I mean, I can look at what it's supposed to be doing. How many bytes are you sending and how many are you getting back? Well, what I'm sending, I don't know what difference it makes what I'm sending, but what I'm getting back in terms of how many bytes, I'm printing what I'm getting back. Obviously, that's converting it to something. I don't know what it is that I'm getting back. I don't know why it's printing an array. I don't... Okay, hang on. Okay, so... Print... the type of response and response wow. So every time it does a write, which is going to be a lot, I'll be able to see now what the response is. Do I have the right bit order? Well, I don't know. This is based on not my library, remember? Response. Apparently I can't type. Okay. So I'm getting, it's a list. It's returning me a list with 5 things in it, which is correct, because that's what I was getting. So this is returning a list. But maybe the data is encoded in the list. Spores, yeah. Thanks, James. So I was able to keep up with the timing requirements there. Probably not, right? And because it's running 256 steps per turn, sorry, 256 microsteps per step, anyway, I want to, Can't you not just print the raw data? That is the raw data. I was printing the raw data. It's returning a list. Look, self.spi transfer is going into response. I'm printing type response. It is a list with 5 items. That is the data coming back. So let's see. Expert 2 performs SPI transaction. Chip select should be held active between blocks. Similar to, but accepts arbitrary large bit lists. No, I don't need that. SPI transaction. Chip select should be released and activated between blocks. Okay, that's great, but where's the rest of the docs for it? Documentation. Okay, received. What does it say? Document says contributor X further chip selected. It doesn't say what received is. Look at the sample C code from Trinamic. I have that somewhere here. No, there's nothing that turns anything on and off. The response is the response. Wagon loads. I don't have to turn anything on and off. It's not a number I get back. It's a list. I'm getting back a list. I don't know where my other... Oh, I've got so many web browsers open now. Just hold on a moment. I've got to find where that... Seriously, I've got so many open. To right of the buffer, leading byte has high bit on, then write a buffer with that bit off. Post a link in Discord, thank you, because I can't freaking find where it is. Oh, it found the page and it just opened it. Right. So where are you seeing this? Which bit of code are you looking at? Which line? Which part number is it? It's a TMC 5160. If that's what you're asking, Chris. I mean, this is... Right, but they've got a separate... They're doing a separate read. I get that. I still want to know what I'm getting back from the write. But that's pretty much what... where is it? Here. That's what read is doing. I've got read. The point is, I don't want to have to do a read every time I do a write. Read data from this variable. Repopulate the buffer with an empty array list. This is the same as that method, right? It will look like this. Address 0000. Right. Which is like what I'm getting back. Parse data returned from the SPI. Return value. So in their examples, they're doing a write, then they're doing a read. Well, it might be, yeah, but it's... My understanding was... You see here, it says... Address buffer, read buffer... The data I get back will look like address 0000... And then they're doing the shifting on it, right? So maybe... I'm just curious. When I'm printing that response... Value equals self.response. And I want to see what's in value. Type. Okay, what am I getting if I run this? Oh, silly. I didn't rename them all. Oh, not that one. That one. Okay, try it again. Why is it holding? Okay, try it again. See, I got the value I'm getting is 0. I'm not reading a register, I'm writing. I'm not reading a register. That's what I'm trying to understand is SPI stated bits are transferred with each datagram read back. So I have to do a read, not a write. So then what I don't know what address I'm actually reading then, if that's the case. what address am I reading to get the SPI status? So they're doing a loop. They're reading the actual. That's the thing. So the get. So the get position, which is doing this read. This read sets the current position. And that's using read. And so then this should be back with it. So why am I not getting SPI data bits transferred with each datagram? These are the status bits. Where are they? I'm doing if I do a get position, I'm doing a read. Yeah? CDC. What is... I don't know what CDC means. I'm doing a read. This is... sucks to have such a big font. Oh, see Discord. Read, write, not read. The read and write section is controlled by the bit of the address byte. I don't know what all this is for or means, Chris. Sorry, I don't. Right. It's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, how do I access these status bits that are transferred when I do a read? Right? Every time I do a read, wagon loads. No, it's not C. There's no pointers. No. New status information becomes latched at the end of each access and is available with the next SPI transfer. There's nothing about read bit, write bits, or anything else like that. How do I access this data? How do I access this data from the data either being when I'm reading or writing to the SPI bus? At some point, this data is supposed to be latched back. Where is it and how do I get to it? I can't find any example code that shows me that. Okay, I think I just need to take a break. Sorry. I don't mean to be agitated, everyone. It's like, yeah. This is very specific. Where do I get it? Without me constantly reading the ramp data. I mean, I can just get ramp. Like, I can just constantly be calling get ramp status. I don't have a link to the datasheet. It's downloaded. Just look for the look for this document, TMC 5160A datasheet. This is a PDF locally on my machine. So I can just call get RAM status all the time, and then I should be able to check, which seems stupid, but I should be able to print at position motor dot, where is it? Position reached. I believe. If I just get rid of these, oh, I didn't save it. That was a good one. Try it again. Oh, it's going too fast. Add position is 1. Was it ever not 1? Okay, I'm gonna do that slower. See, at position is always 1. Oh, now it's 0. It did turn to 1. Catch you later, wagon loads. Okay, so if I just get rid of the printing and get ramp status, because that is just insane. Okay. Go back to move to. Get rid of this. I'm doing a get RAM status, and then I'm saying, if I just reached, if it equals 1, true, otherwise. So I'm not even going to bother setting stuff because I don't have to compare. Oh, I might have to put that there still. C 4.1.2. Oh, that's what, right. Okay. Status flag transmitted with each. Whoops. Wow. Wrong key. What did you do? Active control based on flags. Not something Python will do well. Well, it's going to have to do it well. It's going to have to do it well enough. See, like you see here, if I read the actual, it sends this, and I get back this plus unused data, and the SS is the status. right? If I write this, I get this back. If I write this, I get like. So this it's encoded in the SS, but it doesn't seem to be. Because when I print it out, interesting that it's got read actual twice. One's got unused data and one's got actual. But anyway. So even what? Right, but I'm not getting that stuff back. Like I'm not getting what I'm getting back. You saw what I'm getting back. I'm getting that list of that data. Bit 37 in that block. Great. Where's the data? You saw the data I'm getting back. There is no data there. Try the double tap. The what? I don't know what you mean by try the double tap. The double read isn't an accident. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm writing, I should be getting it back. Okay, I'll do a double read. And I still don't think it's going to make any difference. That's the read, yeah? I'm going to print what's inside, what I'm getting back, okay? So as you can see, I'm getting the position back. I'm going to change this code to not go so far. Because I can't get enough logs in there. I'm going to get it to rotate 2,000 micro steps. That's still too many. I'm going to do 20 micro steps. Let's see what this does, because I should have enough space for logs for that. Ah, right. 20 won't work because my end is set to 100, so I need it to be 200 or 110. Straight away, it thinks it's there already. Oh, I don't know what the minimum I can move it is. There we go, did something. And I need it to stop looping, so do that and then exit. So it stops printing logs. That's my result, including my bits. Right, I understand that. Why is it looping? It should not be looping. They should both be. Let's just move one of them. I don't understand why it's still. Why it's still running. Should be printing at position. Return true. And then if return true, it's while not do a pass, it should just exit. There's a bit mistaken how it's done. Like right now I can't work out why this is still looping. Maybe because it doesn't want the equals 1, because maybe it's not a 1. There we go. At position. Okay, so I need a bigger number. Now it's not moving at all. Oh my gosh. I can't hear it moving at all. Right, see that? It wasn't moving. Now it is. So this flag wasn't being set properly. Again. I set it back to 2. See? Okay. So position is 0. Let me just clear it and do it again. Okay. So you say in this position value, there is some data. Yeah, I know it's only a tiny amount, but I should hear it doing something, which I can hear now, right? Like this is working correctly now. It wasn't working before. So in this... So in the get position, in this current position, can we see the function that makes the status array list? Can we see that function that makes the status? You mean this? This is different. This is reading the ramp status. Okay, that's different. That's not this. This is the ramp stat. It's a completely different register. And the way this is coming through is different. But let's see. I am double reading the read position. But I think the issue is I need to but it's that 4.1.2 you need to get. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. You think I need to do that every time? Okay. And then let me get rid of that. Okay. How many bits is it? I just did 14. How many bits do I need? 40. Is it 40 bits? So you reckon it's encoded where? Catch you later, Mako. Man, 5 in the morning. Go to sleep. Well, here's 40 bits. And hang on. Let me clear that. Let me just go. Okay, so this will print it out with the position. I want to see, right, 0, 2, 5. Right, so where is it? Where's the data being? So they're all position 0, and then when it gets to position 1, where's the 1 coming from? I don't see a 1 changing anywhere. All I can see is these numbers at the end changing for the position. But this is showing 40 bits. This is 40 bits. Like, how many bits do I need to show? Let's make it 50 bits. I don't see where this 1's coming from. I don't know. Well, it's not storing as anything. I don't know what it's coming through as. It's an object. Like, so what's it? Okay, if we want to worry about what it's coming through as, let's just do this. That'll take it directly from the return of the read, but it's not going to make any difference. Like, current, what is it? There isn't a size. It's Python. It's an object. It's as big as it needs to be. You don't initialize it. Oh, that's like, it's going to return that as an int here, but it's not a, like, as far as the read's concerned. Maybe. Okay. But if I tell it not to be an int, what happens? It's the same. Is it reading the entire 40 bits? I don't know. Let me Python 64-bit int. The read code looks like it's doing the trimming for you. Fix the read code. Okay. Here's the double read, by the way. But anyway. So I don't have to do get position twice. So it's doing a send, ignoring it, and doing a send and grabbing it. So if but anyway, doesn't matter. I want to see what's inside it. I want to see what I'm getting back. Well, so it's getting back a list and I can't format it. And which part of the list am I? Now I'm only getting, no, I've got 5 elements. I've still got 5 elements coming back. I don't understand what you mean by I'm only getting 4. It's ignoring 0, because 0 is the address. So it's shifting the rest of it. Value I want. Hang on. Read needs to have all of the bytes, I believe. This is all of the bytes. What do you mean? Right, you're saying that there's only 32 bytes coming back, which means we don't have enough. But, so 32 bits coming back. But that initial 40, that includes the address. So we have 40 bits coming back. No 0 or 5. Well, of course there's no 5. We're getting 40, guys. We're getting 40. You're dropping read buffer. No, I'm not. That's the address. Catch you later, Joe. I can, fine. I'll shift all of it. But the first byte back is the address coming back again. 2, 1, 0. Of course, now the data's not working anymore. I need to now get rid of all the other places I'm printing stuff out, because it's way too all over the place now. Okay. Yeah, I see the other bit pattern. And the other bit pattern is, I think you'll find, it's the address, not the data section. And the reason I know that is because it never now gets to the end. You see this? And the data never, it never changes. Eight-bit address, 32-bit data. Correct, which is what I said. Oh god, I can't remember how to do that. Python print by print bits as hex. It's not a... Oh, there's a library I have to use. Which one is it again? I don't think I can just do a hex on it. There's a library and I can't remember what it's called. I don't think I can do a value.hex. But we'll see. No. They're not bytes, it's an integer. I'm just displaying it as bits. Don't have printf. It's an integer. It's not bytes. I'm displaying the bits. It's an integer. It's an object. Python, there's no data types in Python. They're all objects. Anyway, I think you'll find an object is okay. An object doesn't have a length, Alan. There's no bits to an object. Python display. Was it print int as hex? It's the hexify. Where's hexify? I think it's called hexify. And yes, you can do it with a format, but I don't know what it is. Okay, here you go. 29. And what's address 29? Go to the registers. Oh, it won't be in that. Okay. Get position is, oh, was it X actual? Oh my god, too many things open. I thought I was going to stop streaming at 3, and it's almost 4. X actual, that's 21. First and shifting to 8. Hey Jonathan. I think you'll find that what we've done here is not what you're supposed to be doing. Like that stuff at the start, that's just 29. That's... Oh, I gotta close that. It's really doing my head in. Stop. I need the list of all the addresses. Hang on. X actual 21, 22. There is no 29. I know what you mean, reversing it, but that's... Well, the byte order can't be... It can't be wrong, because then my position data would always be wrong. And the position data works. So how can it be wrong? I'll reverse it. But you notice how it's never finishing the move now? Oh my god. Try that again. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now I'm getting different numbers all the time at the start, but the numbers this side are the 29. So now it's encoding the position at the other end. So it's not the wrong order. Okay. It's hard working in front of an audience. No, that's okay. I just, yeah, GitHub Pi Trinamic. Okay, this is Trinamics code. Is if 29 changes when it completes. Well, it doesn't. 29 doesn't change when it completes. And if I decode all 5 bytes instead of 4, it also doesn't complete. Because we're inserting the address into the data which shouldn't be there. So I'm going to read the high byte. You mean the most significant bit is the SPI status? Well, maybe. So this is there. I mean, I don't even know if I'll be able to find. This is their Pi Trinamic driver. The problem with their driver is there's no support for SPI, which is stupid. Right? So they read the position and then they do a move to. That's not helpful, Chris. Nothing to do with that. Can you hear my squeaking? Registers. Squeaky squeak. Right. Fields. So where's SPI status? Is ramp stat. Jesus. Is there an SPI status? SPI anything? No? What is that bit called again? Oh my god, where is that SPI status stuff again? Here. Position reached. So it's just in the ramp status. You're supposed to be able to verify proper data was written with the read block. It's supposed to be returned on any read, but I can't. It's just the ramp status stuff. It's some values from ramp status, some from drive status, some from gstat, whatever, all encoded in that 8 bits. But I'm not seeing any 8 bits. It doesn't matter what bit the status bit is. None of these bits are visible to me. I'm doing a double read. In the get position, I'm doing a double read. Oh, I was doing a double read. Doesn't matter. So the at position was working before. When I read it from ramp stat. I'm not getting it sent to me though. So it's not working now. At position is not working now. But if I go back to if I want to go back to the read, one, two, three, 4, and I get rid of this last one. So I'm not doing 0 anymore, right? Now it works. Do you see that? Hey, Aaron. So this ramp status stuff is getting screwed with because it's not reading the data in properly. So it can get the value here. Can you put the file? Yeah, what file? Sorry. Read buffer is, sure, read buffers doesn't change. Let me display it as 8-bit. Okay, look at this. So I can't tack it on the end, but it looks like, I don't know what bit number that is. 30, it's got to be 37, 38, 39. Right, but it wasn't changing before. because I was adding it all together into, anyway, it wasn't changing before. So the article shows which article. Oh, yeah, I've got the blog. We've gone through that already. Okay, so what I want to do is, if that's the case, I want to have I'm going to call this status equals 0, and I'm going to set the status on the read self.status, oh god, equals how am I going to, I want to split them into, what do you call it? I may have found the error. Yeah, where's the error? How am I going to store that as bits? Convert Python convert int to bits. I think I can just go bits, can't I? Yeah, I don't want a string. Yeah, I don't want a string. Should be fine. Well, only if I shift it to check it. I'd rather not have to shift it. I'd rather just have it as a list or something. Into list of bits. Go to the file with all the, okay, oh, hang on. Oh, I don't want to do that. There's got to be an easier way than that. Yeah, I can use a bit field. I didn't want to use a bit field. I just want a list of bits. I can shift them out. That's fine. So what do you want to see here, Alan? You talking about this one, or are you talking about the that other file? That other file has way more in it than this one. Well, it's not even here. What do you mean? My code doesn't have that register. Doesn't have that thing. That other file isn't part of my project. It was just on GitHub. It's not part of my project. I was pulling it out of ramp stats. It's not part of my project, Alan. It doesn't affect my project at all. You're conflating addresses with bits. Anyway. I could just go... This is terrible. Just for the moment, though. Can you make it so it prints bit 32 to 39 out? I just did that. That's what this is here. Oh, that's not what I want. That's really funny. No, I know. I just said it's not what I want at all. Anyway, okay. Doesn't matter. I'll deal with it later. The point is, if we have the information now, I can get it working. But it's been 4 hours, over 4 hours. It's about to be 4 hours. So I need to call it quits. I've actually got some ESP32S3 stuff to do. And I need to get off this. I mean, this is fun. Or the mechanical side is fun. Ooh, can I use Z-fill? Hang on. Maybe I can use Z-fill. What? Okay, so I've got it as a list now. The hardware is looking good. Why not leave it as an int? Because then I have to shift the value all the time to find out if it's changed. Like, I can't just rely on the int being correct because other things might change in it. Right? Like, I can't just say if it equals 23, it's good. Because what if any one of these other bits change for whatever reason? Just check the bit you want. Right, so I have to shift it every time to check it. Where this way I can visualize what's happening all the time. That is what always for. Right, but this way I can, once again, this way I can visualize all the time what's happening. Well, there's only one bit that's changing. So the reset flag is staying at 1. There's no drive error. I don't know what SG2 is. There's no standstill. Velocity reached. Well, that's interesting. I'm not using velocity to move. Right? I'm in positional mode. Position reach is changing. Status stop. They're the left and right end stops, like limit switches, right? So that's the other thing. I'll be able to detect limit switch hit here. I can't compare that with a crap. What do you mean? What? I don't understand what you're talking about, Chris. These are my 8 flags that are these here. What I'll probably do is convert them to a dictionary so I can just read them out of a dictionary. But anyway. Bit and byte orders are screwy. Why is that screwy? Bit 0. That's bit 0. That's bit 5. Bit 7. Broken them out is harder than just checking a bit mask. Really? Dude, do you use Python? For real? Anyway. No. What? Is that the wrong end if that's supposed to be 37? Really? How do you work that out? Draw it for me. It's here out of the bytes. Least significant bit, bit 0. Most significant bit, bit 40. It's here. It's this byte. So I don't understand what you mean by it's the wrong way. Bit 39 is on the left. Bit 0 is on the right. But it's the other way around. How's it the other way around? Anyway, sorry, this is getting into semantics, or this is not semantics. It's going in places that isn't helpful. Yeah, okay. Thank you, everyone. The machine moves. All of this, checking if it's at the end or not. The first one is 39. It's the first one is not 39. Anyway, this is just all so I can try to implement polling to detect if it's at position yet or not. Partly, no, the code actually works. The code works. Doesn't partly work. It works. But it's all blocking right now, and I need to implement it, redo it as async IO, or have a main loop that just does polling for completion rather than checking positions all the time. Anyway, okay. Wow, 4 hours and 6 minutes. That is nuts. That is nuts. Thank you all for joining. Yes, but not the position is reached. Yes, it is the position. It is reached. The code is working. Did you not just see what happened on the screen? At position. At position. No, at position, yes. The bit is changing when it gets there, Alan. This is working now. It doesn't work if you want to see the full 40 bits as one hit. That's all. But it's working. Okay. Thanks for record-breaking stream. Oh, I don't think it's record-breaking. I've done longer, but this is pretty long. And continue until dessert. Continue until breakfast. Okay. I'm going. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Have a lovely rest of the weekend. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Just letting you know. Will not be streaming tomorrow. Okay. This Python library looks pretty nice with SPI support. Yeah, it actually isn't any good. I've tried it. It's got some fundamental problems, Aaron. The first one is, if I want to do 2 motor drivers, I need to use 2 unique SPI buses, which means my motion controller board that I made for my bobs gets chucked in the bin and it has to be completely reinvented. That's the first problem. The second problem is it's using that alternate weird GPIO stuff that isn't compatible with the normal Python, the RPi GPIO, which means I can't do any other Raspberry Pi GPIO stuff if I'm using that one. I have to use that other thing. Soon, you should go to bed now, Alan, because it's like 5:30 in the morning. That is crazy. So, yeah, so that other library, it looks like it's cool, but I've already tried it. I've got it here. Look, Trippy. Trippy. I named it wrong. It's here. I've tried playing with it. It's really not nice. Great for single motor, not good for double motor. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everyone. I keep getting sucked back in. Pull a weekend coding session, not exactly productive. Yeah, well, it was pretty good. Bye, everyone.